Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I will take roll. Chairman Jeffrey Hildebrand is present. Vice Chairman Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Abel.
Present.
Mr. Doggett.
Present.
Mr. Foster.
Present.
Mr. Patton.
Present.
Commissioner Rowling.
Present.
Great, thank you. This meeting is called to order May 22nd, 2024 at 9:05 a.m. Before proceeding with any business, I believe Dr. Yaskowitz has a statement to make.
Public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agenda has been filed in the office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
Thank you. Commissioners, as a reminder, please turn on your microphones and announce your name before you speak. Please remember to speak slowly for the court reporter. First order of business is the approval of minutes from the previous work session held March 27th, 2024, which have already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
Commissioner Bell makes motion.
Foster, second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Work session item number 1, update on the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's progress in implementing the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreation Plan. Let's see, internal affairs update, staff David, you roll. Okay, excuse me.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, good morning. For the record, my name is David Yaskowitz, Executive Director, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. I would like to provide you an update germane to the land and water related plan and functions inside the department. As is customary, I will start off with an internal affairs update. On April 16, 2024, Major Mike Duran and Assistant Commander Jared Barker attended the Information Technology Division meeting and provided an overview of internal affair operations. They provided information regarding internal affairs staff, where investigators are located around the state, how the complaint and investigation processes work, as well as the various technology programs used by internal affairs and how crucial those programs are in the success of their investigative work. In addition, our department continually monitors efficiencies and best practices used by other law enforcement partners. I would also like to provide you an update on a couple of operational items impacting the Office of Internal Affairs. The first is the collaboration between Internal Affairs and the members of the Support Resource Division, in which they have been working together to update internal policies regarding the use of internal affairs. This review was needed to ensure that department policies are relevant and in line with national standards, as well as being reflective of already updated practices within the department. In addition, during the last fiscal year, IA has worked with Law Enforcement Division and purchasing team to order new vehicles for IA investigators. Those vehicles have been received. Next, we'd like to recognize a new addition to State Parks Division team. And the State Parks is proud to welcome Mr. Jim Bracken as their new Chief of Staff. Due to the nature of this position, Jim may interact with the Commission on occasion. Jim accepted the position most recently held by Mr. Aaron Fryer. Jim is retired from the United States Marine Corps in 2013 after serving in various assignments in the Marine Corps' operating forces, Fleet Marine Force, training, education commands, joint and coalition forces, and foreign militaries. He is a graduate of several military professional career schools, holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Mississippi and a master's degree from Oregon State University. Jim worked with the Texas Department of Public Safety, where he was a senior manager, and later with the Texas Veterans Commission, where he managed the agency's grant programs. Jim continues to serve the veteran community as an active member of the Military Order of the Purple Heart and volunteers for veteran coordinating boards and councils. When not working or helping other veterans, Jim enjoys spending time outdoors or working on projects around the house. I would like to welcome Jim to our TPWD family. Ms. Jessica Burke, the Accessibility Manager and ADA Coordinator for Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Support Resources Division, has been elected to the Board of Directors for the Texas Recreation and Parks Society, known as TRAPS. With a long-standing commitment to TRAP since 2011, Jessica has held multiple leadership roles within the organization, including chair positions for the Recreational Therapy Branch and the Education Committee. TRAPS was established in 1937, and there is a strong history of partnership and joint initiatives with the department. Notably, TPWD maintains a designated ex officio seat on the TRAPS board, a role presently filled by State Parks Director Rodney Franklin. Jessica's election marks a significant milestone as she is the first department employee elected to serve on the board of TRAPS since 2001. Congratulations to Jessica. Next, the department would like to recognize our dedicated and talented volunteers who support the department's mission with their skills and passion for the outdoors. Volunteers teach others about conservation, stewardship, and outdoor recreation. They are often the face of the department, interacting with visitors to our public lands, state hatcheries, and outreach events. This past year, State Parks celebrated its 100th anniversary with centennial events across the state. State Park volunteers stepped up and pulled out all stops to ensure visitors had experiences that would last the next 100 years. Many more businesses are recognizing the importance of allowing their employees to give back by spending a day volunteering for state parks. New ride-along volunteer programs such as the Career Opportunity Program with State Park Police and the Career Development Program with Texas Game Wardens provides opportunities for those interested in a conservation law enforcement career. To date, over 280 volunteers have participated in those two programs. Angular Education volunteers trained 681 new instructors and reached over 82,000 people through their classes and outreach events. These 468 volunteers provided over 20,000 hours of service. Many thanks to all of our state volunteers. Additionally, the Texas Master Naturalist Program celebrated its 25th anniversary this past year in a big way with more than 15,000 volunteers across the 49 chapters, making an impact of more than 256,000 acres and developing more than 3,000 miles of trails and reaching more than 6.6 million people. Over the last 25 years, Texas Master Naturalist Program's volunteer service includes almost 6.8 million hours of service with over $250 million value. Through our volunteers' efforts, they create memories of a lifetime for many. All of us at the department are deeply grateful for the volunteers and the services they provide. During fiscal year 2023, volunteers contributed over 1.1 million hours to conservation and recreation, and this is equal to 551 full-time employees and has an estimated value of more than $36.5 million. Thank you once again to all of our volunteers. As for the Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreation Plan update, I would like to highlight a few action items and the progress that has been made. Due to commission and reporting deadlines, there is a slight lag in the timing of reporting. Therefore, I will provide updates through the second quarter of fiscal year 2024, which ended in February. The Land and Water Plan is a framework that guides our actions. Action item 1.2, perform 1,500 project-based consultations annually through the state and federal regulatory processes to inform the conservation of fish and wildlife resources. We currently have performed 777 of those project-based consultations, which represents about 52% of our annual target. Action item 1.4, restore 10 acres of degraded and lost oyster habitat annually to contribute to the sustainability of our oyster fishery and resilience of Texas estuaries. The target was 10 acres, but we have so far this year restored 38 acres in Galveston Bay. Action item 1.8, support 30 public leased fishing access areas annually on Texas creeks and rivers. We currently have been able to support 29 public leased access areas around the state, reaching 97% of our annual goal. Action item 1.10, dedicated 17,000 hours of staff time annually to manage aquatic invasive species. We are currently dedicated almost 7,200 hours and at 42% of our target. And action item 1.12, perform 100 fish kill or fish health investigations annually. Staff has conducted 62 investigations to date. And I've socialized this with the commission over the last couple of meetings about the development of a dashboard that tracks our progress on our goals, objectives, and actions. And so I'd like to share more of the progress of the development of this dashboard with the commission. TPWD's Land and Water Conservation and Recreation Plan consists of 3 goals, 14 objectives, and 68 action items. The plan covers a period of 10 years from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2033. The data included in this report currently consists, once again, of just the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 2024. For the overall 10-year period, covering all 68 items, we are currently at 11.84% of being complete. That total is in the bottom right-hand quarter, maybe a little bit hard to see on the screen. Breaking it down by goal, though, the first goal, practice, encourage, and enable science-based conservation and stewardship, consists of 9 objectives and 40 action items. 22 are on an annual basis, and 18 are on a multi-year basis. Objective 1, for example, is stewarding of public lands, is at almost 14.5% of our goal. Some actions are seasonal in nature, therefore you will see a significant change in progress in quarters 3 and 4. A good example of this is action item 1.07, stock 41 million fish annually in Texas public waters. To date, we have stocked just over 6 million, but a majority of the stockings occur between March through August, so you will see those updated numbers significantly reflected when we report on quarters 3 and 4. By contrast, objective 3, maintaining and restoring healthy ecosystems, we are at 126% of our goal. Objective 3, action item 3.2, implement 14 cooperative agreements with wildlife management habitats and provide hunting opportunities on public lands. We're at 135% of that annual goal. And goal 2, increase access to and participation in the outdoors. We're at 51% of our goal, both annually and multi-year. And then goal 3, educate, inform, and engage Texans in support of conservation and recreation. That goal, we are currently at 68.73% of that. We can provide any additional details if any commissioner would like to drill deeper into the data. I would have liked to be able to live demo this, but the staff recommended that I do not do that. So we're happy to yeah, I see a lot of chuckles in the back there. We're happy to dig in on that data with any of the commissioners. And then finally, rule review. TPWD is beginning the process of reviewing all rules in the Texas Administrative Code, Title 31, Part 2. Excuse me. Consistent with Government Code Section 2001.039, TPWD reviews its rule on a 4-year cycle to determine whether the reason for initially adopting a rule continues to exist, and it has been 4 years since that last review. To spread out the workload, TPWD reviews its rule in 3 batches. The first chapters to be reviewed are Chapter 51, Executive, Chapter 52, Stocking Policy, Chapter 55, Law Enforcement, Chapter 60, Maintenance Reviews, and Chapter 61, Design and Construction. The purpose of mentioning this rule review in the Land and Water Bullets is to notify the Commission that this is occurring. This notice also serves to create a public record of the agency's compliance with this law, and TPWD will publish notice of its intent to review the rules in the Texas Register. If the review finds that changes to certain rules are needed, or that need for a rule no longer exists and that rule should be repealed, the staff will bring the appropriate rulemaking proposals to the Commission through the normal process. In those cases where the department staff determine that reviewed rules should remain unchanged, TPD staff will not propose changes to the Commission, but will seek readoption of the existing rules through the normal process. James Murphy is available if there are any additional questions on that process. And at this time, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jaskowitz. Any questions by the commissioners?
This is Commissioner Bell. Just a comment in relation back to staff recognition. One, I think that all of staff does a great job, but in particular, I had the opportunity to go visit the border last week, so I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the game wardens that are participating in Operation Lone Star. I was about to not say that properly, but the colonel was there with us, the chief operating officer, the chief of staff. Our folks have been on mission there for 865 days now. I believe we're on an 18-mile segment of Deepwater River that is a very, very hazardous crossing place potentially. And so our job there is to actually create a non-event, to create non-crossings, push people out to the perimeter where actually the water is shallower, and if people were trying to cross, at least the negative impact of a water incident is less. But they have been pushing through there, and the staff is there. They seem to be energetic, motivated. They're getting along. There's they're trying to find ways to relieve their stress as well. But it's a very, very good job that's going on down there. So I just wanted to make sure there was a mention of that as well.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Bell. We appreciate that. I know the team, LE team, appreciated you coming down. I know Commissioner Abel, you were going to try to make it, but that was that bad weather event that rolled through that day. But thank you very much for saying that. Very much appreciated. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? Just a couple of comments, David. One, really on behalf of the commission, thank you. I can't extend the thanks necessary for over 1 million hours of contribution by volunteers, 551 equivalent full-time employees, just amazing. And so I'm so appreciative of the general public of the state of Texas, and we should really work to kind of bolster that activity because people want to get involved. They love working in parks and getting in the outdoors, and so whatever we can do to incent people to do this, I'd love to do that. So thank you guys very much for your involvement. Secondly, page 8, your goals, objectives, and how you set relative to it. Is there someone that updates and monitors all of these various goals on a monthly basis, quarterly basis? How do you do it?
Yes. So Sydney Sunvision, who I believe is outside right now, she's actually responsible for developing this dashboard to be able to track this. And then we have regular consultations. Tim Birdsong led that. Tim Birdsong led that effort to create the land and water plan, along with Commissioner Rowling, Commissioner Patton, and Commissioner Bell to do that. So we are following through on that, and they are making sure that those goals, and if we're not meeting those goals, why we're not meeting them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is this the total of all the objectives, 14, or do we have many more objectives?
Yeah, we have a total of 14 objectives. So all those objectives, all there.
So they're all
the
here.
actions aren't listed yet. We'd have to scroll down. If it was live, we could do that. Yeah.
Understand. And in those 14 objectives, how many people within the department do you think are actually involved in the completion of those goals and objectives?
Tim, you want to take come up? Direct interaction?
Yeah.
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 I would say
That would have involvement
everybody.
in the completion of these objectives.
Yeah,
all 3,100 employees.
yeah, all employees.
Yeah.
For the record, Tim Birdsong, Director of the Inland Fisheries Division. So, yeah, those 14 objectives are that comprehensively represent all the work being done by programs and divisions throughout the department. And there's a group of at least a couple of dozen employees who are actively monitoring, tracking, reporting quarterly to Sydney, who's maintaining this overall dashboard. And so many of these specific actions that are being tracked are also reported quarterly to the Legislative Budget Board.
Okay. Well, look, I would just ask you, I mean, you've got the data, you're updating it, you've got a lot of people involved in the successful completion of these. It's a little bit, I mean, understand this is not private enterprise, but in a football game, you got to have a scoreboard to understand whether you're winning or losing. And the scoreboard's got to be displayed. One of the things that we do at my company is we talk about these kind of goals on a monthly basis. We put them up on monitors. We have constant interaction as to who's having influence on those goals and objectives. How do we complete them if we're behind schedule or if we're ahead? It's an involved process, but it gives people clarity as to where we stand relative to our 10-year strategic plan that we've set out. And so if you wanted to take it a step further, you would actually financially incent people to complete these goals kind of in a team setting. So anyway, just some thoughts, but you should proudly display these.
Right. Well received. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Good work. All right, so work session item number 2, Commission Policy CP 001, revision, recommended adoption of proposed change. Mr. James Murphy, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm James Murphy, General Counsel to the Department. I'm here today to present a proposed revision to Commission Policy 1. So Commission Policy 1 is titled Overview and Meetings of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission. It establishes the Commission's name, its duties, the creation of committees, the election of the vice chair, and meeting and public comment procedures. Since the pandemic, public comment has been available by telephone on action items during Commission meetings. And today we propose to discontinue that requirement in the policy due to its high cost, the technical challenges since we have implemented the new YouTube live stream, as well as a lack of participation since 2020 using the telephone for public comment. This proposal we bring today is phrased very flexibly to allow telephonic public comment in the future if needed, and the public notice of the meeting will describe the options available to the public to provide comments to the Commission. So here's the proposed change before you. We just propose to strike out that limiting language in person or by telephone so that it very clearly allows that flexibility in the public notice of the meeting. I do want to emphasize, though, that we meet or exceed all legal requirements for providing public notice. So if this proposal is approved, the options that you would have as a member of the public to participate is, of course, you can come and speak in person. You have 3 minutes to do that on action items. You can provide written public comments, either mail them to us, hand deliver them, or the TPWD website also provides a public comment portal that you can lodge your comments there. So fully complies with the Open Meetings Act, the Parks and Wildlife Code, as well as a recommendation of the Sunset Advisory Commission. So as of this morning, we have 4 comments, all in agreement, none in disagreement. And my request is that this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Any questions of the commissioners? Thank you very much. All right, work session item number 3, financial overview. Mr. Reggie Pegues, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Reggie Pegues, Chief Financial Officer, and this morning I will be presenting the financial overview, covering the following topics: revenue summaries through April for hunting, fishing license revenue, state parks revenue, boat-related revenues, and also budget information through April. Beginning with license revenue, year-to-date license year 24 revenues of $93.3 million are pretty much flat with license year 23 and within 4% of record year 21. Next is license revenue with a monthly comparison. March revenues of $6.3 million were 8% ahead of last year, and April revenues of $5.1 million were almost 2% behind last year to finish at the $93.3 million. Next is a 2-year comparison by revenue type. For license year 24, there was a slight increase in hunting licenses, almost equally offset by a slight decrease in the other categories to finish within 0.1% overall of license year 23. Up next, we move to state parks. Year-to-date FY24 revenues are strong at $41.2 million and within 1.5% of FY23 and within 6% of record year FY22. Next is the monthly comparison. March revenues of $6.7 million were 3% ahead of last year, and April revenues of $5.1 million were 8% behind last year to finish at $41.2 million. Up next is a two-year comparison of revenue by type. For FY24, there was a slight increase in concessions offset by small declines in the other categories to finish overall with a slight decrease of 1.6%. Up next, we move to boat revenues. Year-to-date FY24 revenues of $11.3 million trail FY23 by 11% and FY21 record by 24%, but still outpacing pre-COVID numbers. Next is a monthly comparison of boat revenue. March revenues of $2 million were 27% behind last year, and April revenues of $2.5 million were 2% behind last year to finish at $11.3 million. Next is a two-year comparison by type. Basically, there was a consistent decline across all lines to finish at 11.2% below. Next, we move on to the budget. This first slide is a summary of budget adjustments since February 29th, which I presented in the March Commission meeting. At that time, we had a $1.996 billion ending budget. Since then, we've had the following adjustments. $18.7 million of sporting goods sales tax, and this is based on an increased estimate by the Comptroller's Office. Of this $18.7 million, 15 was moved to construction and $3 million for state parks operating. Next, we have $13.9 million in federal balances. This relates mostly to an increase of our wildlife restoration from the estimated amount to the final apportionment. Next, we have Centennial Fund interest of $11.8 million. This is interest earned on the $1 billion that's currently gaining interest at slightly under 5%. Next, we have capital construction UB of $6.1 million, appropriated receipts of $5.8 million. This includes mostly donations made to the agency and some minor adjustment for fringe related to benefits. This gives us an ending budget on April 30th of $2.05 billion. This next slide, we're going to take a look under the hood and see action today on the adjusted budget. Again, we have an adjusted budget of $2.05 billion. We've expended $262 million, encumbered $127 million, leaving funds available of $1.6 billion, or 81% of the budget remaining. And I'll hit on the highlights of those areas of budget that are high percentage remaining. Beginning with general revenue of 68.7%. Of this 68.7%, 145 of that is related to land acquisition, including the $125 million that was appropriated in the supplemental appropriation bill. Another $20 million related to land acquisition also. Moving to the Centennial Park Conservation Fund, the entire amount plus the $11.8 million of interest that I recently mentioned. Moving down to federal funds remaining at 72.8%. The majority of this is wildlife restoration funds, of which I mentioned in the adjustments, and other funds of 74.6%. Of this, about $10 million of that is related to balances in the lifetime license account for construction. Next, we take a look at the same data, but this time by object of expense. Again, hitting on the highlights, you'll see operating remaining at 91.7%. Again, this represents the $1 billion for the Centennial Fund. If you remove that, then operating is about 50% remaining. Grants at 75.6%. This includes about $85 million of grants in the local parks division. And capital at 79.6% includes the land acquisition funds I mentioned in the previous slide, and also some about $68 million of construction funds. Next, we take a look by division. Again, just hitting the highlights. Once again, the Centennial Fund tends to stick out, and we have it currently embedded within our department-wide division, and that's why there's like 99.2% of the budget remaining. Local parks is 75.8%. Again, this includes the $85 million of unobligated grants. capital construction, and capital land acquisition, which I covered in the previous slides. And so far in the presentation, I presented the agency from a division standpoint. What we have next is I crosswalk the information for the divisions into our goals and strategies. And our goals and strategies, this is how we're viewed in our legislative appropriation request, our strategic plan, and also the General Appropriations Act. Starting with Goal A, which is conserve fish, wildlife, and natural resources. You'll see the strategies relating to this goal. And the first grouping of strategies relate to the wildlife division. The second grouping infers our inland fisheries and also our coastal fisheries. Next, Goal B, access to state and local parks. The first grouping represents our state parks division. The second grouping, our local parks division. Moving on to Goal C, increase awareness, participation, revenue, and compliance. The first grouping represents our law enforcement strategies. The second grouping, communications, including the magazine. And the third grouping, a portion of the financial resources division related to license issuance and boat registration and titling. Next, we move into Goal D, which is managed capital programs. These represent our land acquisition and construction programs managed by the infrastructure division, and you'll also see the $1 billion for the Centennial Parks Fund in the capital programs. Next, we have Goal E, indirect administration. These are all the support divisions for the agency: executive office, IT, human resources, financial resources, support resources, legal. Next, we have Goal F, salary adjustments. This is the temporary strategy. During this last session, we were appropriating an additional 5% for salary increases. The exact split out wasn't known at the time, so the money was appropriated in this Goal F with the intent of redistributing it to the other strategies as we move out through the year. Next, we have fringe benefits and others. These are the fringe adjustments that I tend to mention as part of the adjustments, and also some department-wide related activities. And this ties back to the adjusted budget of $2.054 billion. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pegues. Any questions?
I have one, if you don't mind, Commissioner Foster. On a few of those charts where the Centennial Fund distorts the totals so much, I think it would be more meaningful going forward if you maybe list all the others and give us a percentage, and then list that as a separate line item, and then give an overall percentage. Just so, because the whole idea of the chart is to tell us kind of where we are in relation to the year-to-date percentages. So
I can make that change.
thank you.
Anyone else? Great. My comments as well. The $1 billion certainly skews the budget. And why? So the assumption is that we, which is clearly not accurate, is that we spend the $1 billion in this biennium?
No, the $1 billion, it's only listed because it was appropriated as part of our original budget. For FY25 moving forward, that $1 billion will basically be removed from the budget and accounted for separately to reflect it being moved out of our appropriations and into the Treasury.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Work session item number 4, strategic plan update. Mr. Michael Goldsmith, please make your presentation.
Good morning. My name is Michael Goldsmith. I'm the Strategic Planning and Performance Coordinator in TPWD's Financial Resources Division. Today, I will be giving you a summary of the agency's strategic plan. At TPWD, that takes the form of the Natural Agenda. Strategic planning is a long-term and future-oriented process of assessment, goal setting, and decision-making. For this process in Texas, all state agencies are legislatively required to complete and submit an updated 5-year strategic plan every 2 years. The strategic planning process is intended to set direction for all of the agency's operations, communicate agency goals, directives, and outcomes to the legislature and stakeholders, and guide budget preparation and establish a basis for measuring success through development and use of performance measures. This guides budget preparation in 2 ways. The goals and strategies in the strategic plan comprise the budget and planning structure for each agency, which provide the framework through which agencies request and receive legislative appropriations. Identifying funding priorities also sets the stage for exceptional item requests in the legislative appropriations request. The LBB and the Governor's Office give instructions for what must be included in the plan and the part it plays in the budget process. Within the formal requirements for what must be included, the agency can use the plan as an opportunity to communicate what it thinks is important and what factors are affecting its ability to be effective. The natural agenda includes goals, objectives, and action items that are synchronized with the Land and Water Plan, with an additional goal that covers support divisions and business practices. Although the natural agenda is the agency's strategic plan, this section is also known as the strategic plan, as it quantifies actions to be taken within the following 5 years. The natural agenda also includes an internal and external assessment of challenges, opportunities, and major initiatives to be undertaken within the 2025 through 2029 timeframe, updates on IT-related initiatives and needs, and statutory challenges for the department in being able to fulfill its mission and possible fixes. Required supplemental schedules include an LBB and Governor's Office approved budget structure and performance measures, information relating to contracting with historically underutilized businesses, an analysis of TPWD's workforce's ability to meet present and future challenges, an analysis of a recent customer service satisfaction survey, certification of the agency's compliance with statutorily required percentage of staff taking a cybersecurity training, and reporting on each acquisition funded using money in the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund during the 2-year period preceding the date on which the strategic plan is submitted. The natural agenda frames the agency's future funding needs in broad terms to prepare oversight agencies for what is coming in the LAR. We have identified several key events and areas of change intended to capture events and dynamics that will impact the agency over the next 5 years. Some examples are shown on this slide. This is not a comprehensive list, namely the challenges for wildlife, fisheries, enforcement, and related activities, including human population pressures, inflationary pressures, and Fund 9 health, aquatic invasive species management, including status of efforts and resource needs, chronic wasting disease, including status of efforts and resource needs, Fund 9 division capital construction and repair needs, and R3 planning. Additional topics include acceleration of agency modernization, employee compensation, additional FTE needs, inflationary pressures, Centennial Parks Conservation Fund, including status of efforts, need for clarifications, and the future need for resources to operate newly acquired parks, and state parks capital construction. There are no proposed changes to goals, objectives, and strategies this round, possibly because in the last round 2 years ago, TPWD underwent a more rigorous process of public, stakeholder, and internal review of the strategic structure as recommended by Sunset Commission. Proposed changes to the performance measures this round include rescopings of communications measures. Number of visits to the TPWD website is proposed to replace number of unique visitors to the TPWD website, as the new analytics software does not provide the number of unique visitors on a fiscal year basis. Average number of people who access the TPWD magazine content is proposed to replace average number of TPWD magazine copies circulated to include not only print copies of magazines, but also app and magazine website content. Other proposed changes include minor revisions to better capture the activities and efforts of divisions in various program areas, including to reflect updated business systems, grammar, and clarity. These proposed changes have been approved by Executive Office, but have not yet been approved by the LBB and the Governor's Office, and these changes are subject to their approval. LBB and the Governor's Office have communicated that they are still in the process of reviewing our budget structure and measure changes. The final document is due electronically to the LBB and Governor's Office on June 1st. We have received feedback from divisions and from the Commission on the strategic plan and have incorporated these into the current draft. Pending LBB and Governor's Office feedback on our budget structure and performance measures, we anticipate submitting the plan electronically by the due date. With that, I will close and ask for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. Any questions by the commissioners? None? All right. Thank you. Work session item number 5, internal audit update. Mr. Paul Gentry, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Paul Gentry, and I'm the Internal Audit Lead presenting on behalf of Brandy Meeks, the Internal Audit Director. This morning, I would like to update you on the status of our current internal audit plan, as well as the status of external audits and assessments. Let's see. This and the next slide shows the status of our current audit plan. The statuses highlighted in yellow to the right represent projects for which progress has been made since our last update. Under performance assurance engagements, we are now in the planning phase for the external public safety programs audit. The infrastructure change order process advisory is now complete, and we are currently following up on all audit items due to be remediated during the first 3 quarters of this fiscal year. Under administrative and special projects, we are again down 2 auditors for which we will be posting soon. We will also be starting the annual risk assessment process for June for the FY25 internal audit plan. This next slide shows the status of this year's fiscal controls audits. Since our last update, we completed the South Houston and Midland Leo fiscal control audits. We are also training a new auditor on performing state park fiscal control audits. The new auditor is currently working in the fieldwork phase for the Government Canyon State Park audit and is in the planning phase for the Meridian State Park audit. As far as external audits and assessments, 2 engagements have been completed since our last update. The Deepwater Horizon Texas trustee audit of the Statement of Receipts and Expenditures for calendar years 2020 through 2022, and the Office of the Governor's Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. Ongoing is the Comptroller's post-payment audit. This concludes the internal audit update, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gentry. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Work session item number 6, banning canned hunts and establishing trapping standards for mountain lions. Recommended adoption of proposed rule. Mr. Richard Heilbrunn, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Richard Heilbrunn, and I'm the Wildlife Diversity Program Director. Today, I'll review our proposal to prohibit canned hunts and establish trapping standards for lions as presented in March and published in the Texas Register. I'll share public comments received so far and request placing this item on tomorrow's agenda for action. The Mountain Lion Stakeholder Working Group recommended unanimously that canned hunting should be prohibited. They agreed that checking traps regularly is important and an ethical practice, that targeted trapping is a useful management tool, and that if the Commission were to establish new trapping standards, it should focus on lions in a way that avoids or minimizes impacts on coyote trapping. The group was split regarding whether to recommend a trap check requirement. It's worth repeating that staff also recognized the importance of trapping as a management tool in depredation scenarios and as a recreational and commercial activity. We also know from well-vetted research that public support for trapping is strongest when it is regulated and conducted ethically. Our objective was to design clear and concise trapping standards focused on mountain lions. But because there is no trap that only catches lions and no trap that only catches coyotes, we chose an approach that values the knowledge and experience of trappers and ranchers and that gives them flexibility and certainty while minimizing the potential for impacting the trapping of other species. So staff proposed to prohibit the hunting of lions that have been released from captivity for the purpose of hunting or pursuing with hounds. However, hunting free-ranging lions and training hounds on free-ranging lions would remain unaffected. During the stakeholder process, expert houndsmen specifically told us that captive lions are not needed to train their dogs. The proposal also clarifies that it is not canned hunting to dispatch a lion in a lawful trap. The proposal would prohibit keeping a live lion in a trap or snare for more than 36 hours. That word live is key. The 36-hour rule would not apply if the trap kills a lion quickly. We know that some people might ask, well, what if a snare intended to be lethal does not kill a lion quickly? To ease this concern, the proposal included a blanket exemption to the 36-hour rule for snares equipped with a breakaway device capable of disassembling with 285 pounds of force. The 36-hour requirement would only apply to keeping a live lion restrained in a trap. If there were no lions present, if a trap killed the lion quickly, or if the snare disassembled, no violation would occur. As of yesterday at 5 p.m., the department received a total of 6,981 public comments, including those received online, by email, by phone, or by letter. Of the comments received, 91% agree, 5% disagree completely, 3% disagree specifically, and 1% expressed no opinion. And of that 3% that disagree specifically, just over half of them specifically preferred the rule to be more restrictive. We received letters with recommendations, such as from Texas Wildlife Association, and some specifically stated they agreed with the proposal, such as the Wildlife Diversity Advisory Committee and Texans for Mountain Lions. Those who disagreed were concerned about impacts to coyote and feral hog control, with impacts to landowner cooperation in the department, and with the merit of the breakaway device exemption. The following organizations specifically requested broader exemptions for snares on fences: Texas Farm Bureau, Texas Sheep and Goat Raisers, Texas Trappers and Fur Hunters, and the Sheep and Goat Predator Management Board. Of the thousands of public comments received, many said that the proposal did not go far enough. Some said that it went too far, and some believe it isn't needed or justified because we don't have enough data on lions to support it. We received valuable feedback from the ranching and trapping communities regarding the breakaway device, in that it is not likely to work as intended. Some trappers report that mountain lions caught in snares tend to hunker down and may not attempt to break away. Also, some expressed concerns with impacts to coyote trapping and wanted even more certainty through broader exemptions based on trap size. So based on this feedback, staff recommend an alternative to the breakaway device exemption that provides that flexibility and certainty that they requested to trappers who set traps for coyotes and other species. According to feedback, the most common scenario in which someone would accidentally violate the law is when setting snares for coyotes, not intending to catch a lion in the first place. Usually, snares set for coyotes are 6 to 8 inches in diameter and can be up to 10 inches. These snares are hung vertically in the crawl space under fences. Conversely, in the rare occasion when snares are set for lions, loops greater than 10 inches are typically used. So staff recommend replacing the exemption related to the breakaway device with an exemption for snares with a max diameter of 10 inches or less to address those public comments. Doing so would provide more certainty, more flexibility to more people at a lower cost and greater efficiency. So to summarize, staff recommend an alternative that would replace the breakaway exemption with an exemption for vertically set snares with a maximum diameter of 10 inches or less. This new language would absolutely not prohibit a trapper from setting snares larger than 10 inches. This is a less expensive alternative, exempts more activities, and should be easier to implement. Staff requests this item to be placed on tomorrow's agenda for public comment and action. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
This is Commissioner Bell. When we, and I had I've been kind of listening to the conversation over the last few days, and I know the internal staff work on the snare issue. How do you view this? The proposed 10-inch limitation is being more of an assist than a hindrance.
Right, so there are two aspects to the breakaway device that generated some concerns about the public comment. Number one is they said that they would have to replace all their snares. And so instead of replacing snares with a breakaway device, you would simply add a stop to the existing snares, and it takes a 7-cent piece that I actually have with me today. So you can adapt your current snare, so it's easier that way. The other reason is some folks said that a hog, if they catch hogs, they could actually get out of those breakaway device snares, and that's obviously not the purpose of a trap if it wants to hold a hog. And so this would allow folks to set a snare up to 10 inches without checking their traps, without ensuring they follow the 36-hour rule, and it would not release those hogs, because now they're completely exempt from that 36-hour rule if they have this certain snare size.
And is it because the view is that they're trapping coyotes as a so to speak, as a nuisance threat animal versus if they were looking for mountain lions, it might be more of a game animal versus, I mean, there are cases of predation where then the mountain lion might be considered a nuisance, but is it more of a nuisance type trapping scenario for the coyote?
Right. So most of the concern that we heard was from coyote trappers and ranchers concerned about coyotes. And we made a commitment to the stakeholder group and to the commission, and we were requested by the stakeholder group that if we were to propose language to the commission, that we would really, really focus any trapping changes on lions and not impact coyotes. There's a lot of folks that set snares for coyotes that have no intention of catching lions.
Right.
And we did not want to make them accidental criminals. And so the reason for this replacement exemption is to provide more relief to those folks that are simply trying to catch coyotes preventatively for a depredation scenario, when really they're not really after lions. If you're going after lions, you're gonna set a completely different kind of trap.
And anecdotally, what is a trapper's trap checking time frame on average for let's say for a coyote trapping? How often do you think they're checking?
So we don't collect data on that,
Okay.
so I can't tell you for sure. Typically, what we hear is,
I mean, I know it's the nuisance piece, and you're less worried about it, but
typically speaking, folks that are setting snares on coyotes, for coyotes, are not checking their traps very often. You know what? It varies. Some check them every day, some
Sure.
check them every other day, and some go many, many weeks without checking.
and that's why I ask anecdotally. Just that's kind of like what's in the grapevine. What do we hear on that, so that we don't create a negative situation on the mountain lion
Right.
piece.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Commissioner Foster.
I have a hard time sort of justified. To me, every trap should be checked. Because, the idea is the humane or the animal welfare, whether it's a coyote or a hog or a lion, sitting there wallowing and starving in a trap. And so I guess I need to hear a little bit more to be persuaded to support your proposal.
A lot of people hold that view, and many of the comments we received suggested that this should apply to more species and have a shorter trap check requirement. This proposal comes out of the recommendation and the request of the Mountain Lion Stakeholder Group to confine the proposal to changes to lion trapping, and so we attempted to honor that request.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions. Do we have any data as to the number of mountain lions that actually get caught in snares?
No, sir, we do not have that data.
Okay. Secondly, you said if we went with the 285 breakaway, that's not going to require a whole-scale purchase of new snares by ranchers. There's a 7-cent piece that you can add that will create the 285 or less?
So the breakaway device, if we enacted that, the feedback we got was that ranchers would have to replace all their snares at significant cost because not everyone builds their own snares. And so the new proposal that we're suggesting today requires only that the snare has a maximum diameter, and that it's very small, but that requires this 7-cent piece right here that you squeeze onto snares to prevent it from getting to be larger than 10 inches. And that would not require the purchase of all new snares. You could take a day or two and retrofit all your snares with this 7-cent piece.
Okay. How long have farmers and ranchers been using snare traps to catch coyotes?
Very long time.
For a long time. Yeah. And there's never obviously been a trap check standard in that regard.
Correct.
And talk to us, I mean, certainly coyote snaring helps with predation primarily. You want to elaborate any further as to the benefits of snaring coyotes?
Sure. Many people proactively snare coyotes to prevent depredation on sheep and goats especially. Coyotes are a major predator of white-tailed and mule deer fawns, and they can also affect, obviously, pronghorn young as well. And so many people proactively set snares on coyotes, and this proposal, the new proposal today, proposes to provide relief to them by exempting most of those activities from this 36-hour rule.
Mm-hmm. So in the vein of going slow on this and not implementing more burdensome regulation to farmers and ranchers, if we delayed the snare element to, or the trap check related to snares, what data could you gather that would help enlighten us a bit further on all of this?
Yeah, so that question depends on the motivation. Is it a concern about biologically justified? Is it a concern about wanting to evaluate trap check standards for all wildlife or all traps? And so it's difficult to answer that question. Many of the problems related to lion research projects is that they take a very long time and they're very expensive. When you talk about how do lions react in traps, many universities would never be allowed to conduct that research because lions are, you can't raise them, you can't keep them in captivity, and so to study how they would react in a snare environment is very difficult. So we actually had many missing pieces related to how lions behave because the research is poor. So I'm afraid I can't answer that question. It could take years or decades.
Okay, so it's unclear, and you're really not going to get to a clear answer on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, the snare exemption is not designed to regulate snares. It's designed to exempt people that use those snares from the 36-hour rule to provide them more relief so that this proposal is laser focused on the folks that are purposefully trapping lions instead of the folks that may accidentally catch a lion when they're trying to trap coyotes.
Commissioner Bell, just another follow-on. Do we have any comparable data from other states? I know that other states have a history of how they've interacted with mountain lions, the research they have on mountain lions. We are really trying to step forward in our own practices here of how we're going to handle that. Any any data from anywhere else that gives us any ideas or informs us on how we should approach this?
Yes, many other states in the western U.S. actively manage lions, and they actively collect data, specifically harvest data, so that they can monitor how their lion populations are doing. But I'm having a hard time thinking about any states that allows lion trapping to begin with. So I spoke with a good colleague of mine who's the fur bearer biologist for Oregon, and I said, how do you all handle when folks catch a lion? Like, how do you prevent, regulatorily, how do you prevent folks from catching a lion? And he said, well, first of all, lion trapping is not allowed. And when they catch a lion, they have to call the DNR employee, and it basically ruins their whole day. And so they do everything they can not to catch a lion in the first place. So the idea of catching lions sort of preventatively or proactively is unique to Texas. Now, some states allow folks to kill offending lions that have been diagnosed as depredation. And in that case, there's a diagnosis, and then there's an authorization sometimes of a day or 2 days or a week you may now kill or trap that lion. And so it's a very different scenario here in Texas.
All right, any other questions? Another follow-up. So our mountain lion stakeholder group did no work on snares, the number of mountain lions that were caught in snares.
That's correct.
Okay.
And we believe it is actually very small. Most lions that are caught in Texas are caught with foothold traps. And so that's why we wanted to focus on those traps. The issue with snares is that you can catch lions in snares. And so that's why we wanted to provide relief to those ranchers that are not purposefully catching lions.
Understand.
Yeah.
And so walk through why less than 10 inches.
Okay, so if you think about the size snare required to catch a coyote is typically set at 6 to 8 inches. If it's bigger than 8 inches, that coyote is going to walk through the snare and get caught by the back hips. And in that case, the coyote can often chew through the cable and get away. And so the ideal size for coyote loop of a snare is 6 to 8 inches. If you're trying to catch a lion, you're going to set a 12 to 18 inch loop. And so the idea was, is there a snare setup that we can say below which is likely to catch just coyotes and above which is likely to impact lion trapping? We found that 10 inches is reasonable. But we acknowledge that most people aren't going to default to snares to catch a lion. However, in our conversations with stakeholders, they told us that if we regulate foothold traps, that one option they would explore is just to go to snares. And so we were uncomfortable exempting all snares because then that would create the same issue that we have now where the traps would be set and unattended.
Okay, so if we adopt your recommendation of less than 10 inches, you're saying the likelihood of catching a mountain lion in a snare less than 10 inches is de minimis.
Very, very low, yes, sir. We've measured a couple of taxidermied lions, and ear tip to ear tip is almost exactly 10 inches. And so we have a taxidermied lion upstairs, and I took my 10-inch snare, and I tried to fit the snare, and you really kind of have to work it. So that lion has to want to go into a very small hole. They're much more likely to jump that fence or climb the high fence than go through that small hole. Now, they might still do that, but it's a lot fewer lions. If this is implemented, it'd be a lot fewer lions than are trapped now.
Got it. Okay. All right. With that, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. All right, work session item number 7, chronic wasting disease detection and response rules, containment and surveillance zones check stations, and deer carcass movement restrictions and disposal requirements. Recommended adoption of proposed changes and request permission to publish boundaries for new surveillance zones. Dr. J. Hunter Reed, please make your presentation.
Dr. Reed, just for one moment, James Murphy for the record. Chairman, we just want to confirm that we're placing the Mountain Lion item on Thursday's commission meeting agenda for public comment and action.
Yes, the alternative exemption.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Reed.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Dr. J. Hunter Reed, Wildlife Veterinarian for the Wildlife Division. Today, we'll be discussing CWD detection and response rules. There'll be an item up for public comment and adoption. And then separately, staff are also requesting permission to publish boundaries for new surveillance zones in response to positive deer breeding facilities. So, a brief overview of the items that are up for public comment and adoption. These include implementing statewide carcass disposal measures, deboning of carcasses at location of harvest, modifying CWD zone boundaries, both reductions and expansions in sizes, removal of surveillance zones 10, 11, and 12, and implementing a periodic voluntary sampling strategy in some free-ranging zones. I'll go into more detail on each of these items. Overall, it's worth noting that many of the proposed changes attempt to reduce negative impacts on landowners near positive facilities and to make things easier on hunters and zones, both to get their animals to a processor and to make testing voluntary when possible while still ensuring adequate surveillance and disease mitigation measures are occurring. And then, like I had mentioned, lastly, separate from the other items, staff also seek permission to publish surveillance zones in Real, Edwards, and Zavala counties. First, staff proposed statewide carcass disposal measures. Here in Texas, it is known that improper carcass disposal, such as seen in the picture on this slide, has facilitated CWD transmission. Currently, the transmission risk from carcass movement is only managed within CWD zones and can present some inconveniences for hunters there, especially if they're unfamiliar with quartering animals. Furthermore, staff recognize the efforts needed to be made to address the risk of CWD transmission from carcasses outside of CWD zones where the disease may be present but not yet detected. While this proposal would also regulate carcass disposal for animals outside of zones, the carcass disposal measures being proposed today would provide hunters within zones a much greater array of options compared to current carcass movement restrictions. The options provided under this rule would change nothing for the majority who already properly dispose of their carcasses, as outlined under this proposed rule. So staff hope to have these measures in place prior to this next year's hunting season, and to be abundantly clear, the proposed carcass disposal measures would only apply to deer harvested in Texas and to carcasses and carcass parts leaving the property of harvest. If carcasses or carcass parts are not leaving the property of harvest, then these proposed disposal measures would not apply. So, staff proposed that if a deer is harvested in Texas and the hunter would like to transport the carcass or carcass parts from the property of harvest, there are several options. First, the hunter can take the whole carcass. They can also take the quartered carcass, or, as also outlined in this proposal and not currently allowed for many properties, the hunter would be allowed to debone the animal at the property of harvest for transport to a final destination. If the hunter chooses to debone at the site of harvest, 3 requirements would have to be met. First, all meat from each carcass must be stored in a separate container. That could be a plastic bag, a cooler. Second, muscles must remain intact, so you cannot grind, slice, chop the meat prior to movement. And third, all required proof of sex and tag documentation must be retained and accompany each individual carcass. The hunter can transport the carcass of a harvested animal from the property of harvest by each of these routes. so long as all unused parts, bones, neurological tissue, etc., are disposed of either directly or indirectly into a landfill. This could be through a garbage service or dumpster, or buried and covered at another location at a depth of 3 feet or more. Of course, the hunter would also have the option to leave as much of the unused carcass at the original site of harvest. These proposed carcass disposal measures will make it easier than ever for hunters within and outside zones to get their deer processed. Additionally, this will provide greater clarity to hunters in Texas, but outside of CWD zones, on how to properly dispose of unused carcass parts, but still providing an array of disposal options that many hunters are already utilizing. For most hunters, this won't change anything that they're already doing. The next item being proposed relates to the size of surveillance zones surrounding CWD positive deer breeding facilities, and I'll elaborate on each of these items with visual examples in the next few slides. Right now, the department's approach is to establish a 2-mile surveillance zone surrounding a property where a CWD positive deer breeding facility is located, and including all properties partially or wholly within those boundaries. Because of great variability in the size of infected CWD positive and surrounding properties that may be incorporated within the 2-mile zone, staff propose first to reduce the size of surveillance zones to a 2-mile buffer surrounding only the breeder pens and no longer from the boundary of the property or positive property. And second, remove the language all properties partially or wholly within. Visual example of these changes will be provided in the next slides. And these changes will reduce the impact of surveillance zones surrounding CWD positive breeding facilities on surrounding properties by more than 155,000 acres while maintaining important surveillance around the site of detection. As an example of what the proposed reduced CWD surveillance zones surrounding positive breeding facilities will look like, I'll use the following example from Sutton County, the blue center outlining the breeder pens, positive breeder pens. And the image on the left depicts the current approach of establishing a 2-mile surveillance zone surrounding the entire property where a CWD positive breeding facility is located. And the image in the middle depicts the proposed 2-mile surveillance zone surrounding just the breeder pens. And the image on the right shows the proposed overline zone, the current zone for comparison. And as you can see, the size and number of properties affected is greatly reduced within the proposed approach. And as another example of what the proposed reduction in CWD surveillance zones surrounding positive breeding facilities will look like, I use the same example from Sutton County, and the red outline is the positive facility. The dark gray shading are the 26 properties included in the zone, and the blue center is the outline of the breeder pens. The image on the left depicts the current approach of establishing a 2-mile surveillance zone surrounding the entire property where a CWD positive breeding facility is located, and including partially or wholly included language. The image in the middle depicts the proposed 2-mile surveillance zone surrounding just the breeder pens and still including the partially or wholly language. And the image on the right shows the proposed reduced 2-mile surveillance zone and the removal of the partially or wholly included language. And as you can see, the size and number of properties affected is greatly reduced with the proposed approach. And again, these changes will greatly reduce the impact of surveillance zones on the properties surrounding CWD positive breeding facilities. And if they're adopted, it will reduce existing zones by more than 155,000 acres. And this slide is just to further demonstrate the effect of removing the language all properties partially or wholly within. And the image at the top depicts the current Gillespie County CWD zone as the rule exists today, with surveillance zone boundaries extending 2 miles past the positive facility property boundary, including all properties partially or wholly within. The bottom left shows the proposed reduction of the surveillance zone surrounding the positive facility breeding pens only, and the purple neighboring property that barely touches the 2-mile buffer. The bottom right zooms in on that property and showing that only about a 1/4 acre within the surveillance zone, or 95 feet of straight line distance that would otherwise capture that entire property in the zone as the language exists today. If the proposal to remove the language, all properties lying wholly or partially within is approved, only a quarter acre would be included within the zone on that same property. And just as a reminder, hunters can also still utilize a relatively new feature on the My Texas Hunt Harvest app to aid in determining whether their harvest was in a zone or not. An additional modification to CWD zone boundaries that staff are proposing would include an expansion of the panhandle containment and surveillance zones. This past sampling season, 2 detections occurred within the surveillance zone, as indicated by the enlarged stars on the graphic on the left. Consequently, staff proposed to expand the containment zone in red, approximately 14%, to incorporate these latest detections, and move the surveillance zone in yellow eastward to incorporate properties where CWD would be expected based on a 25-mile home range size of mule deer. This would result in a decrease in the size of the surveillance zone with mandatory testing. Despite the proposed increase in the size of the containment zone, staff are recommending adoption of carcass disposal rules, which would alleviate the impact of current carcass movement restrictions. And as I'll explain later in the presentation, we'll propose a transition to the panhandle containment zone from mandatory to voluntary sampling. And lastly, it should be noted that the CWD zone is in an area with relatively low numbers of hunters, low harvest, and is primarily agricultural land. So, in summary, the panhandle containment zone would expand by approximately 65%, and we would move sampling from mandatory to voluntary to reduce impact on hunters in the containment zone. The panhandle surveillance zone would be reduced by approximately 23%, and sampling would be mandatory in the surveillance zone to increase our ability to detect CWD in that area if it exists. So the net increase in size is approximately 14% in the panhandle CWD zone in total, including both the surveillance zone, which would have mandatory sampling, and containment zone, which would have voluntary sampling. Next, staff are proposing the removal of 3 surveillance zones 10, 11, and 12. 10 and 11 are in Uvalde County, and 12 is in Limestone County. In each of these 3 zones, the facility owners have cooperated with TPWD, Texas Animal Health Commission, and the United States Department of Agriculture by signing and continuing to comply with a herd plan mitigating the CWD risk on their property. 2 of the facilities were depopulated after being allocated federal indemnity funds, while the other facility is utilizing a suite of risk mitigation strategies and surveillance techniques while still maintaining a breeding herd with no subsequent CWD detections. In either case, staff are proposing the removal of the 3 surveillance zones, which amounts to around 38,000 acres, as the CWD transmission risk on that property is being mitigated through a signed herd plan agreement, and multiple years of mandatory testing has not shown any free-ranging detections of chronic wasting disease. And then lastly, staff proposed the creation of voluntary check stations and sampling procedures in multiple zones. This action would provide hunters within the zones some relief while giving the department greater flexibility in responding to epidemiological information gathered from our CWD zones, especially for free-ranging zones, which require long-term monitoring and, like the Trans-Pecos and Panhandle zones, may have years of historical sampling effort that may not necessitate mandatory sampling every year. The proposed change would allow staff to better balance surveillance needs with the current restrictions required within zones, and most notably carcass movement restrictions and mandatory CWD sampling. And as previously presented, staff hope to alleviate the impact of carcass movement restrictions within zones by proposing statewide carcass disposal measures. And similarly, staff also hope to alleviate the impact of mandatory sampling requirements by allowing for the development of voluntary check stations and sampling procedures. So currently, staff propose to transition the Trans-Pecos, Del Rio, South Central, Lubbock, and 2020 Kimball County Containment and Surveillance Zone to voluntary sampling. And also, staff propose to transition the Panhandle Containment Zone to voluntary sampling. However, in the Panhandle Surveillance Zone, it would remain mandatory sampling due to recent free-ranging detection of the disease. So this table is just to summarize really the number of acres currently in zones and number of acres if the proposed changes are adopted. While there would be a 28% increase in containment zone acreage, please note that most of these free-ranging containment zones would move to voluntary testing for the next hunting season, which will provide relief to hunters and landowners in those areas. And in addition, there would be a 10% reduction in free-ranging surveillance zone acreage, with the majority of this acreage transitioning to voluntary testing for the next hunting season. And lastly, these proposed changes would result in a 26% reduction in acreage surrounding positive deer breeding facilities. So overall, these proposed changes result in a net 4% decrease in zone acreage and moving to voluntary test requirements for most free-range zones. In terms of public comment, we've received 41 responses. 56% of those were in agreement, 17% of those were in disagreement, and 27% of those disagreed specifically with the proposal. Some items of disagreement include that some folks do not want smaller zones. Some believe carcass rules should be stricter. Some think that multiple carcass should be able to fit in a cooler. That's already allowed in this proposal as long as they're in separate containers within the same cooler. Some wanted this proposal to be republished with maps of the zones, not just the coordinates. Another recommended an education campaign versus regulation for disposal and testing rules, and another preferred that all remains should be buried and or removed from the property. We also received formal comment from Texas Wildlife Association disagreeing specifically with the item where they believe an education campaign would be better suited for carcass disposal rules versus a regulation. They also had further concern about rules and potential conflict with proof of sex requirements. And then lastly, Texas Deer Association disagreed specifically with the establishment of zones and believe there shouldn't be zones since breeding facilities test 100% of mortalities as well as 100% testing for any deer being moved. So staff requests that this item be placed on tomorrow's agenda for public comment and action. And then I also want to go through this request for permission to publish boundaries for new surveillance zones, which would include, so staff would like to propose a surveillance zone in Real County in response to confirmed detection of chronic wasting disease in a deer breeding facility on March 26. It should also be noted that this facility had a 3-month delay in the detection at this facility as the animal died on December 1st, but was not submitted until the end of February of this year. Staff proposed a 2-mile surveillance zone that would incorporate 8,900 acres. Similarly, in Edwards County, confirmed detection occurred on April 6th, and staff proposed a 2-mile zone that would incorporate 8,900 acres. And then lastly, a third facility received CWD positive confirmation on April 24th, and staff proposed a 2-mile surveillance zone incorporating 9,300 acres. And staff would seek permission to publish a proposed amendment to create new surveillance zones in Real, Edwards, and Zavala counties to the Texas Register for public comment. Thank you for your attention. I'm available for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Reed. Any questions by the commissioners?
Commissioner Abel, I don't know where we'd publish it or show, but as far as education component, when you first showed the slide about the deer being in separate containers, I also sort of incorrectly assumed that meant one per cooler.
Okay.
So I think, however that needs to be specified, that it's okay to have, as long as they're in separate bags, it's fine to have, one big cooler. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Bell. I have several questions, but one, when we put them in the separate cooler as an example, what's the chances that they're going to be tested?
Could you better
Well,
clarify
I'm
that question?
assuming you want separate containers, because if there was going to be some kind of testing, you don't want cross-contamination.
Well, I mean,
Or am I missing that?
there's multiple reasons for that.
Sure.
It's also to make sure that each animal can be individually identified, proof of
okay.
sex, and also that there's a tag associated with each of those animals.
And-
So
and
that's part of a law enforcement.
And let me back up by saying that, first and foremost, I think we're making considerable progress on how we're interacting with people on this, and how we're looking at the rules, and trying to make sure that you might say all the stakeholders involved, all of their interests are being considered, and we're coming up with a very balanced solution. So I think that the direction we're headed is very positive overall. I did have a question on I think it was slide 12 and 13. It's just the two deer that are basically taking out 3 million acres. I'm having a little bit of a problem with that. Those detections, I guess that was in the Panhandle, the free-ranging deer, but we're 2 deer, 2 million acres. That's like saying we got COVID in Georgetown, we got COVID in Buda, and we're gonna take out everybody from Dallas to Houston.
So what I will say is that there's very limited harvest in that area.
Okay.
And it's also one of the parts of, it is the part of the state with, well, it's one of the parts of the state with the highest prevalence of the disease. We also have species there that have a great capacity to travel long distances. So surveillance there is not as perhaps robust in other parts of the state that we have greater sampling opportunities, primarily for like Central or South Texas. But the fact that we're detecting the disease in a relatively fewer number of samples that we are collecting is concerning, and the prevalence in that area is much higher than other parts of the state. So creating a zone that acknowledges that risk is, in my opinion, warranted.
Well,
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, John Slofsky, Wildlife Division Director. I guess the easiest way I would explain that, Mr. Bell, is predominant species up there in the Panhandle is mule deer, much larger home range size, and guided by our CWD management plan on free-ranging detections requires us to respond with a larger zone because of that larger home range size of that specific deer. There are whitetail up there, but most of the detections up there in the Panhandle are mule deer, and they have much larger home range. And so when we create free-ranging zones, we have a much larger geography that we need to encompass to make sure that we're looking for the disease in the right places.
and so refresh me one more time. If we have a surveillance zone, then what are the restrictions on movement?
Yeah, so in terms of surveillance zone,
We have the containment zone, we have the surveillance zone.
Yes.
So
if we're talking about carcass movement, that currently there are carcass movement restrictions. So those animals have to be quartered, most infectious parts have to be left behind. If you're talking about live deer movement, of which in terms of the Panhandle, there are none, to my knowledge, deer breeders in that area.
Okay.
But if they're in the containment zone, then they would not be able to move deer outside of the zone. If they're in the surveillance zone, they would not have that limitation, but deer would be able to move to facilities within either of those zones.
And I know we've had over the course of this entire COVID thing, I'm sorry, CWD thing, CWD analysis and investigation and research and regulation. Do we have any examples of, let's call it, best practices and maybe worst practices from deer breeders? Do we have any particular operations that, based on what they're doing, would be a role model for others to be looking at, and some operations that we'd say, don't do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that exists in everyday life, but yes, certainly there are some deer breeding operations that we encounter that I would not recommend they follow the particular practices, but there are others implementing closed herd, have basic biosecurity, some might even implement double fencing, have dedicated equipment for different facilities. Those are certainly examples of much better run operations.
When you think of a couple of best practice places, do any come to mind, just jump out immediately?
I mean, I don't think I would identify any specific facilities on the record right now, but.
Okay.
Jeff?
I'm good.
Yes.
This-
Commissioner Doggett.
Commissioner Doggett, thank you for your helping us through this. I'm really curious about the 2 detections up in the Panhandle.
Yeah.
So the proposal is a containment or surveillance zones?
So it has an expansion of both the containment zone and the surveillance zone.
So how many acres would that be?
We can go back to the slide here. Actually, there we go. So the containment zone would, after these proposed changes, would be 3.3 million acres, or an increase of about 1.3 million acres.
Okay, so 1.3 million because of the two detections. Is that
And
addition?
what I should say is, if you can look at this map here too, the containment zone expansion would be 100% overlap with area that is already within the containment and surveillance zone.
The thing that I'm struggling with is on the 2 detections, you said that I really didn't hear the data. You may have given that and I missed it. You said that the detections weren't near as robust up in the Panhandle as they are in other geographies. So, but that doesn't really mean much to me. Can you tell me how many tests? Because the last figure I saw on the free range, the CWD detection was less than 0.5% of the population.
So
how can you help me with that? Understand that you said less. What does that mean? That the tests there were less tests.
So those materials would be bore out more specifically in the CWD items packet that was provided, but also at least within the containment zone and surveillance zone of this past year, Alan, it's on order of maybe a few hundred samples, maybe a couple, yeah, 300 samples. Let's compare that to the South Central zone, which we typically get around 1,000 samples.
Okay, so 300 samples, you had 2 detections, so it's less than 1%.
No, I'm just talking about 2 detections that occurred outside of monitoring the disease.
And Commissioner Bell, and maybe just for clarity and understanding for us when we have the explanation, if we had that additional information just brought up as a refresher, because what I'm reacting to right now is 2 items, right, creating all of this, where, as I understand it now, you're saying there's more data behind it, so it might be, it might be 20 positives, and whatever the data is for that area. That makes it, I'll say, more comprehensible, or it might seem more reasonable, so to speak, on its face. And then the other question I have is, it seems that we've had, while there have been a lot of positive detections, is it fair to say that at least for deer breeders, that maybe 2/3 of the positives have come off of less than 10 facilities? Is that fair to say?
I would say that, yeah, certainly there's a handful of facilities that account for a large number
of the positive population.
And
yeah.
frankly, I mean, it's encouraging to see that we don't have nearly the same number of positive detections as we did last year. And when we do detect them and we depopulate a few facilities, that they have had less positives compared to past facilities that have received indemnity funds and been depopulated.
And the reason for that question in particular is just, it may go to state that a lot of the other activities we have, by not having positives in other places, it's showing that some of what we're doing is working. That's why I asked that question. So if it's, because obviously you're going to either have a higher prevalence or a lower, anything that you have contained, you're going to have either a higher prevalence or a lower prevalence because it's contained versus anything that you have that's free ranging or, just can happenstance out there. So a lot of what I want to just make sure we're couching it, that some of the things we're doing are actually very, very positive in terms of having this positive impact, because it's not gone beyond that, but also recognize, if we have the, I'll call it real hot spots, that we're focused in on those and trying to mitigate whatever's going on there, if that
Yes.
makes sense.
Timely and reliable detection of the disease makes sure that we have less animals infected with the disease and less cumulative environmental contamination with each of those facilities. And as we've seen in at least one case, when that's not done in a timely fashion, things can get out of control quite quickly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abel, on the slide you're on currently, is that on the proposed change, are those backwards, the voluntary versus mandatory?
No. So
why is it voluntary in the zone where the detections occurred?
So we're switching the voluntary sampling there partly because of the fact we do know the disease to exist in that area, but we want to make sure that we maintain sampling and have mandatory sampling in the surveillance zone, as we have seen an expansion of CWD out of what used to be the former containment zone. So what I'm trying to say is voluntary testing, it's less important to test for the disease in an area we already know it to exist, and it's very important for us to try and sample and have mandatory sampling and a higher sample size in areas where we don't yet know it to exist.
Patton, are you finished?
More confused than when I started, but
well, this is really the first time we've gone from mandatory to voluntary. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. I do think it would be interesting to see what the testing is going to yield. I think I'm affected out in West Texas as well, where it was mandatory and going to go to voluntary. And I think I can speak, oddly enough, it's kind of become part of our practice. I think I can say 100% I would still, even though it be voluntary, we're going to take our mule deer in to be tested because I think it's valuable. I want to know, really. But I think it may be interesting for the landowners in this area if there's a decrease, or heck, it might even be an increase of people that want to know as well. But will we track that?
Yeah, so we're still going to provide opportunities through drop boxes, actually going on site, offering to collect samples for folks. They would also still have the opportunity to go to a check station. So there's still going to be means in which folks could supply a sample. We're also considering piloting an opportunity to provide folks with sampling kits. They can take those samples when they harvest, and they can bring them in, drop them out of Dropbox. We can pick them up to try and maintain sampling in a zone that is switching to voluntary, since we have not done that before. But Commissioner Abel, is there any way that I can make it clear?
No, it makes sense. It just, at first glance, it didn't make sense why we weren't going to test where we knew it existed. But
the primary reason for this transition is that we just have almost a decade of sampling in some of these areas where it's fairly well established we haven't found the disease, and providing an option for those. Or we have a decade of data that says the disease has been in the same area for a very long time. We're just trying to give folks another opportunity to say, hey, we're going to reduce that mandatory sampling burden, and also if you have a carcass and if carcass disposal rules are adopted, they would also be able to have a bit more flexibility there.
This is Commissioner Bell. I have just one last observation. I do know that, the reason I asked the question about best practices, I know that, so to speak, in the free-ranging population, that's going to literally be catch as catch can in terms of any testing or whatnot. But if we have, for the deer breeder population, if maybe there's some things we can do to recommend practices to folks. If we know that having a high berm around your facility as biocontainment, while there's a cost associated with that, there's a benefit to that. If we know that having more separation in the pens and more managed pens is a practice, if we know that literally going out and buying instruments for every single animal that you're going to test so that no animal is tested with the same instrument so that there's no cross-contamination and potential false positives, right? If we're observing all this, we have one of the potentially best laboratories in the country to provide the rest of the country with best practice information on what to do and potentially what not to do, because we've got a couple of cases of exactly what not to do. And maybe we should take the opportunity to just share that information, if nothing else, definitely within Texas. Because I also happened to just, I don't know where I read this an article just popped up. I don't know why. Maybe I searched the wrong thing. Popped up on my internet and talked about Pennsylvania has more deer breeders than Texas. I can't believe that. Right? It's hard for me to believe that as far as good things go, that anybody has more good stuff than Texas. But I would like to see us be, again, the leader in deer breeders, ranchers, and the Pennsylvania example might be a one-off. But obviously, we're doing some very, very good things here. And so how can you take all that information that you have now or that the department has and share that with others so that we share it within the state to make sure that all stakeholders understand. And if there's something we need to do more to regulate, let's do it. If there's something that we don't need to do more, I suggest let's do that as well. But you're kind of in the driver's seat on being able to share this information. So if we could get out there and do that, it seems to be a good benefit. Even explaining something as simple as why we would have voluntary testing in a containment zone and mandatory testing in the surveillance zone. After you explain it, it makes perfect sense, right? But on first glance, it might be confusing.
Yeah, no, I think that we're in perfect position, especially working with Texas Animal Health Commission and also working with USDA recommendations and American or AFWA recommendations as well, and really providing folks, even with a breeding operation, even hunters, the best information on how to reduce their risk of transmitting disease. So, yeah, no, that's something we certainly can do, at least on the breeding front.
Chairman, if I may make a suggestion. Hearing Vice Chairman Bell's comments, I'd like to get with staff and kind of tease out what these best practices are and not so best practices, and maybe come back to the commission with a briefing on that. At the very least, be able to put that in a document presentation that the commission could look at, and then from there be able to share that.
I think that'd be great. All right, any other questions?
Quickly, Patton, as it relates to carcass disposal or movement, whether you're in a containment zone or a surveillance zone, there's no difference. It would apply to both.
Yes.
The same.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Great. All right, thank you. A couple of questions. I think, Dr. Reed, one of the issues the commissioners are having is just the sheer size of these containment surveillance zones. 5.5 million acres, and just at the stroke of the pen, you add another 682,000. And so, what I'd like to see, I mean, the two detection and in coupled with, well, we have two detections. Well, I know that's not the case. I know there's a whole history of detections, and in this 5% going to 15%, could you, between now and tomorrow, enlighten us in terms of some information on how we should feel comfortable, not condemning, but putting in place surveillance zones for another 700,000 acres? 2-mile radius, that's one thing, but we don't want to be up here surveilling the entire state of Texas. And so, you have any comment on that?
Well, I mean, I guess my main comment is that at least in the containment zone, we're talking about what would amount to 6 million acres that would not have mandatory testing. They would have the option to. So really, I mean, we could do a comparison showing the percent of acreage where, I mean, if carcass disposal rules move forward, that's going to be the same inside and out. But we can do a comparison between acreage that had mandatory sampling and acreage that's going to have mandatory sampling. And really, at the end of the day, it's going to be less. Even though the zone is larger, those that would have to be doing mandatory sampling is going to be smaller.
Okay.
Chairman David Jaskowitz, Executive Director. I think what I hear you saying is that for tomorrow, you'd like to see, and Commissioner Doggett, you touched upon this, is what has been the progression of the disease in the area? What are the stats in terms of the testing and the positives that have been detected, and that bringing that forward as part of the presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then a couple other questions. So your delineation, is that like along rivers, creeks? Is there some natural, what is the basis as to which on the east side of slide 12, how do you set that?
Yeah, so these are, I mean, it could literally be rivers. It's easily definable boundaries. So we're using roads and we're using rivers. We're using easement or power line. It's a combination of things, but it's trying to use easily discernible boundaries that hunters can readily see or look up to know whether or not they're in a zone or not.
And not necessarily a barrier to deer movement?
No.
Okay, just some identifiable highway, yeah, okay, all right, understand. Okay, a couple other things. So our carcass disposal, that is going to do away with the notion of the old standard gut pit on hunting leases where hunters throw all the carcass in there and leave it basically exposed. That, from now on, that would have to be covered.
Well, if that's the site of harvest, we don't stipulate that anything has to be done.
So 3 feet of soil is not required
at the site of harvest.
at the site of harvest.
Yes.
So that old practice can stay in place.
Yes. I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt, but as far as those carcass parts staying at the site of harvest, that is much less risk than those carcass parts going somewhere else in Texas and remaining exposed.
Okay, I thought you had to cover everything with 3 feet of soil, so, good correction. And then finally, this is a longer conversation, but the idea of double fencing deer breeder pens I'm sure some do it. I mean, that would clearly be in a best practices category. Do many people do it, and do you think it would be beneficial?
I guess it depends on what you mean by double fencing. I think in other states, it literally means a fence, and then it might be like a 6-foot walkway, and then another fence. Here in Texas, a lot of operations will have a deer breeder fence, but it'll be surrounded by a release site. So in practice, it is technically double fenced. But
but much larger double fence.
Yes.
I mean, you go from a 10-acre scientific breeding pen to a 2,000-acre block. I mean, I'm just saying, do any of the deer breeders around their specific breeding operations just put one perimeter fence around the entire operation?
I'm sure there's some, but from my experience, it's not something that I see relatively that common.
Okay, no, all right. All right, if there are no further questions.
Patton, I've got
Yes.
one. This is going back to the carcass disposal, and a moment ago I asked if there's a difference between the containment zone and surveillance zone. And then I was wondering, I know there's a statewide proposal of carcass disposal, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, so essentially,
Is that different? I want to make sure I'm not confusing myself. Is that the only thing we're looking at, or are there kind of increased or different rules for carcass disposal and movement within the surveillance and containment zone? And I'm kind of looking at your slide 15 versus, slide 1. So are we talking about two different kind of rules? One that would apply statewide, and then two that would apply in a containment and surveillance zone?
So this would be statewide, as proposed to
That's
statewide.
all we're there. So
Yeah.
whether you shoot a deer in the zone or out of the zone doesn't matter. We're just talking about uniform carcass disposal rules.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then, in your slide 15, you talk about balance, surveillance with zone restrictions, and you have carcass movement restrictions highlighted under there. To me, that's what caused the confusion in my mind. It looked like you were going to require a higher, rule threshold.
Yeah, no, sorry for the confusion. What I was just trying to really reiterate is that folks in zones, they're going to have more options now. They're not going to have to quarter their carcass or whatnot to leave a zone.
Oh, so it's a benefit to them.
It's a benefit. Yeah.
I got it. Okay. Yeah. Now I know what you're talking about now. All right, thank you.
Right. I mean, this simplifies the whole carcass movement issue substantially, right?
Yeah, and it additionally allows for the deboning of carcasses in the entire state.
Right. Okay. Okay. Very good. Any other questions? If none, I'll place the item on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. I'll authorize staff to publish their proposal for new surveillance zones in the Texas Register. Work session item number 8, CWD detection and response rules, CWD testing requirements at deer breeding facilities, recommended adoption of proposed changes. Dr. Hunter Reed.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Name is Dr. Hunter Reed, Wildlife Veterinarian for Wildlife Division. I'll be discussing CWD testing requirements at deer breeding facilities. So this one's a bit quicker. This is just a brief overview of 3 items being up for public comment and action. They include removal of Tier 1 rules, second, implementing a requirement for the removal and postmortem testing of confirmed CWD positive deer, and then third, just some non-substantive housekeeping changes will also be made, as noted in the agenda item, and to comport these rules with rulemaking that took effect earlier in the year. So I'll start to elaborate on the first 2. So the first item, proposing the removal of Tier 1 rules, I'd just like to briefly clarify what Tier 1 rules really are addressing. So following the detection of a CWD positive facility, the department initiates an epidemiological investigation which traces all facilities that transfer deer into and out of a CWD positive facility within the last 5 years. All breeding facilities that receive a deer from a CWD positive facility within the 5-year period are considered trace-out breeding facilities, as shown on this slide. These trace-out facilities, in turn, may have transferred deer out of their herds after they received a CWD-exposed animal. And these animals, termed Tier 1 animals, could be infected with CWD and may be a source of transmission to other herds. As a result, Tier 1 facilities or breeding facilities that have received deer from a trace-out breeding facility within 5 years of a CWD positive detection, or received a deer from a trace-out facility within 5 years of a CWD positive detection, are converted to non-movement qualified status until that disease risk can be evaluated through postmortem and/or antemortem testing. While these rules have provided an extra layer of protection to breeder herds until sufficient information is gathered to assess a particular disease exposure, staff are proposing that the Tier 1 rules be removed in light of the improvements in our CWD surveillance system for breeding facilities, such as 100% postmortem testing, increased postmortem substitution requirement, antemortem testing prior to release, and most recently, antemortem testing prior to transfer to another breeding facility. These combined improvements provide the department with greater confidence that CWD-infected herds are being quickly and reliably detected across Texas. And this also means that trace herds are being converted to non-movement qualified status in an appropriate period of time, and that there is a very small likelihood of any animal being exposed in a trace-out facility and still being transferred to a Tier 1 facility under our current surveillance system. Furthermore, the removal of Tier 1 rules would return 30 facilities, open and not otherwise connected, or epidemiologically connected, back to movement qualified status, simplify and expedite epidemiological investigations, as well as redirect staff resources to more concerning areas of CWD management. So consequently, staff proposed to remove Tier 1 rules. Second item proposed would be to require the removal and postmortem testing of confirmed CWD positive deer. With enhanced antemortem testing surveillance for Texas breeder herds, the department has encountered situations where CWD positive animals may still be present in herds. Currently, our rules only require deer in epidemiologically linked facilities to remove and postmortem test confirmed CWD positive animals. And additionally, herd plans developed in cooperation with Texas Animal Health Commission, TPWD, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and the facility owner require removal and postmortem testing of confirmed CWD positive animals. However, there's no requirement for the removal and postmortem testing of confirmed CWD positive animals if they're not epidemiologically linked or have yet to sign a herd plan. So staff proposed to address this gap to reduce the risk of CWD transmission within and outside the breeding facility. And then, as I mentioned, the last item addresses non-substantive changes transferring rule text from transition provisions to other sections. So in total, we received 225 comments. 92% agree, 6% disagree, and 2% disagree specifically. Some of the comments that disagreed specifically include that they think that Tier 1 deer testing should continue, and that requiring visible ID on deer released from Tier 1 facilities should be required. We received formal comment from Texas Wildlife Association. They agree with the proposal, but recommend the ID be required for all released deer, especially for Tier 1 deer for disease traceability purposes. And Texas Deer Association agrees with both the removal of Tier 1 and the removal of CWD positive deer. Tier 1 the removal of Tier 1 rules and removal of CWD positive deer. So staff requests this item be placed on tomorrow's agenda for public comment and action.
Any questions of Dr. Reed? If not, I'll
I have one, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, this on the testing, doesn't testing also have a seasonal variance? I mean, so this time of year we'll tend to start a higher testing season because if people want to be movement qualified to move bucks into or release bucks to clients, they'd have to do that so that they can meet the September release date. So now they should be testing now in order to have the time flow and whatnot, be able to get their results back to know that they're movement qualified. Is that fair to say?
There definitely is seasonality to it.
Okay.
We definitely get a lot of antemortem tests in kind of the March-April period for when bred does are being moved. But we also, and I imagine some bucks are being tested as well, but we also do get a summertime bump in July for folks that are preparing for movement in September.
And then one other question, because I guess it relates roundly to the tier piece. If you have a deer in pen A that was breeder A is moved to breeder B, it has to be tested before it's moved, correct? So in order for it to be moved, it would have to have a negative test, correct?
Yeah, not detected test.
So non-detected. Then if breeder B is now selling that deer to a release facility.
Yep.
Right? That deer has to be tested again before it can be released to the release facility. Once it goes to the release facility, that's its, so to speak, its terminal destination. Is that fair? It's not going anywhere after that?
Yes.
Okay. If on the trace out, so I'm clear on this, if B had a negative test in and a negative test out, and later on this facility A tests positive, currently B would go under surveillance, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, should we be looking at that differently? Because if you had a negative test in, a negative test out, you're not supposedly our science has said you're clear. So should we limit that, or should we be looking at a way to address that differently?
No, so it definitely plays a role in our epidemiological assessments of individual animals, but I do not clear animals off of just antemortem testing alone. Really, it's applied in a whole herd approach. And that term, in the terms of just a specific animal, I mean, the animal might be able to spend only a couple of months there. Even if it had a test a few months before and it had a few months later, the disease course can span 18 to 24 months, and that detectability during that time, depending on when that animal is being moved and how long it's been in the facility, it still may not be detected, even if it has a negative test in, or a not detected test in and a not detected test out.
So then if you're looking at an incubation period, what if a deer wasn't moved for 2 years or 3 years? I mean, maybe it was, but is there a time frame that says, hey, it's really no longer linked back to, it's at B, it's really no longer linked back to A? Is there any time when that would occur?
So, and that's an area where I might rank animals as lower risk, and that is a way that we can really assist with maybe even providing rectal testing in place of tonsil testing, or we might be able to allow them to test at an earlier time frame. But as far as essentially clearing someone off of an antemortem test, no, I don't do that.
Any other questions? Okay. I'm stating the obvious, Dr. Reed, but clearly removing Tier 1 is a reduction of regulation, not more regulation.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I'll place this item on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. So I've got a brief statement, so bear with me. I apologize, but I need to get it out on the record. So thank you for the presentation. I'd like to briefly comment on the staff's work in addressing CWD in Texas. This is a complex issue that requires difficult decisions to be made. Our staff do a fantastic job and have the full support of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department leadership and this commission, as well as the chairman. As a regulator, we are often faced with challenging resource management decisions that will impact many individuals in different ways. I want to assure the public that each action item brought before this commission undergoes rigorous review and internal analysis. Staff proposals are vetted by advisory committees and stakeholder groups, published in the Texas Register, and open to public comment before adoption. We carefully consider all comments received. I believe we have dedicated individuals working in this department who strive to do what is right. I want to express my gratitude to each of you for your hard work and commitment to our ongoing approach to CWD in Texas. However, we acknowledge that we are not perfect. One of the 5 core values I established when I founded my company was innovation, which I define as getting better every day. We have made progress thanks in large part to our staff's hard work and dedication, but the process of improvement is ongoing and never ending. It's about making incremental advancements and utilizing effective tools to make better decisions. Therefore, and with that in mind, Dr. Yaskowitz, I would like for you to create a new position within the agency that will serve as a landowner liaison for department and commission decision related matters to CWD. We need to ensure that we consider all impacts and make fair judgments. Here's the most important sentence. While other states may overlook regulatory impact on private landowners and small businesses, we here in Texas prioritize landowner rights and economic freedom. I think this position should be dedicated to working within the department to find thoughtful and reasonable solutions for landowners as it relates to CWD. Additionally, I believe that personalized communication with impacted stakeholders is crucial, as we've seen with the carcass disposal rule just laid out before us. I see a role for this position in making sure stakeholders and their aligned trade associations have accurate information about policy changes. We want to make sure every landowner has access to accurate information regarding any proposed actions on this topic. In a sense, this role will serve as the customer service department on all matters related to CWD. As we explore this role, I'm sure we will find additional ways this position can be helpful in the development of fair and thoughtful outcomes and look at out-of-the-box solutions that other states have implemented and are working on. David, please proceed with posting and hiring for this position and integrate them into the vetting and discussion process for CWD policies presented to the Commission. Thank you.
Chairman, David Yoskowitz for the record. Thank you for recognizing, you and the commission recognizing the hard work and tough work that the staff does. So I appreciate that very much, and I know they do. And we will get to work on your recommendation, your directive to put that position in place.
Great. Thank you. Look forward to it. And once again, thank you, men and women of the department. You guys do a fantastic job, and we are behind you 100%. Make no mistake. Okay, work session item number 9, disease management, special take authorization rule, recommended adoption. A proposed rule. Mr. Stormy King, please make your presentation. Sorry.
I'll take that promotion. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Stormy King, Assistant Commander of Wildlife Enforcement for the Law Enforcement Division. I'll be before you tomorrow on behalf of staff to recommend adoption of proposed amendments to the Texas Register related to special take authorizations associated with disease management. During the 88th Texas legislative session, the Texas legislature passed House Bill 3065, which was signed into law by the governor and became effective on September 1st, 2023. The resulting amendments to Parks and Wildlife Code allow the take of wildlife by persons authorized by TPWD as part of a program or event designated by the executive director to be for the purposes of the diagnosis, management, or prevention of a disease in wildlife. These authorizations will facilitate the more timely and efficient collection of wildlife that historically would had to have been conducted either by TPWD staff or under the provisions of a recreational hunting season and in accordance with bag limits, means and methods restrictions, tagging requirements, etc. Such authorizations can be of benefit to both the department and to landowners by, for example, providing for the quicker clearance of a release site in a trace scenario, as much as we're discussing here today. House Bill 3065 granted the Commission authority to adopt rules to implement provisions of this new law. While many species can legally be taken year-round, day or night, by licensed hunters, this is obviously not the case with our deer in Texas. It is also obvious that, at least at the current time, deer present the most likely need by the department to address a disease concern, and as such pose the most likely need to provide a special take authorization to a landowner. As perhaps the most iconic of Texas wildlife, it is imperative that we develop rules to govern these authorizations that reflect the economic and cultural value of deer to this state. The rules, as proposed, would create processes for application and issuance of authorizations, specify requirements for disease testing and reporting, and provide reasonable limits on activity conducted under the authorizations to protect the integrity of the intended purpose and provide accountability via enforcement action for noncompliance. As of this morning, we had received a total of now 32 comments from the public on this item, with 69% agreeing completely, excuse me, 28% disagreeing completely, and 3% disagreeing with a specific element of the proposal. There were a total of 8 written comments. They are summarized as follows. 2 written comments conveyed support based on the opinion that the proposal would facilitate disease management and data collection. 6 written comments were either non-germane to the proposed regulation or raised a concern that is already addressed in the proposal. And with that, staff requests that this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. King. Any questions? If not, I'll place this item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Work session item number 10, public hunting program, establishment of an open season on public hunting lands and approval of public hunting activities on state parks. Mr. Kevin Moat.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kevin Moat. I'm the Private Lands and Public Hunting Program Director. Each year, we come to you in May requesting your consideration and approval of a couple of items related to the public hunting program. First, I'll ask for your approval to establish an open season on public hunting lands for the upcoming season. And second, I will ask for your approval of specific public hunting activities on the proposed units of the state park system. In order to provide hunting activities on public hunting land, the commission must provide for an open season. Tomorrow, staff will ask for your approval to establish an open season on public hunting lands that will run from September 1st, 2024 to August 31st, 2025. The commission will also be asked to approve specific hunting activities on the proposed units of the state park system, which are included in the corrected version of Exhibit A of your briefing materials. Staff propose hunts on 49 units of the state park lands for the 24-25 season. On these 49 units, 38 hunt groups comprised of 1 to 4 hunters will be drawn. These 38 hunt groups represent 1,281 possible hunt positions, of which 415 of those positions may be filled by youth hunters. As of 8 o'clock this morning, we've received 13 public comments. 10 of those agree completely, 0 disagree, and 3 disagree specifically. One commenter that disagreed specifically pointed out that incorrect hunt dates were listed on our website. One provided specific suggestions on improving odds of being drawn for resident hunters, and the other disagreed with feral hog hunting on Abilene State Park being restricted to draw hunts only. Staff asked that these items be placed on the Thursday agenda for public comment and action. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moat. Any questions? Okay. How many states don't allow hunting on public land, or vice versa? How many do? I'm just curious.
How many states?
States. Do we know?
I don't have that information. I don't know.
And the Public Lands Proclamation requires an annual affirmation or approval by the board? Seems.
For the record, James Murphy, General Counsel, yes, it is a Parks and Wildlife Code responsibility of the commission to authorize those public hunting opportunities on an annual basis.
Okay. Boy, if we didn't approve this, there'd be anarchy. So we're going to approve it, okay? So anyway, and last, a hunt position is just a person?
It is a, so on each public hunt unit, they decide ahead of time how many hunters they could possibly accommodate, either both biologically or are there enough resources, deer, turkey, quail, whatever it is, for a hunter. And then do they have the room? Do they have hunting blinds? And we try to maximize the number of positions that we offer. So yes, each position would be filled by a hunter.
Got it. All right. Well, obviously, we should maximize all things that we can do to support the public hunting on public lands.
Absolutely.
So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'll place the item.
Whoa, Patton.
Yes, sir.
And this includes WMA and SNAs too?
So the request for an open season on public lands does include WMA, state parks, state natural areas, but the other request is specific to state parks, state natural areas.
When you say the other request?
To approve specific hunting activities on units of the state park system.
Public hunting lands and approval of public hunting on state parks. So
yes, sir.
It's a two-part process. Okay. Yes, sir. All right, thank you. I'll place the item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Work session item number 11, briefing quail update. Mr. John McLaughlin, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is John McLaughlin, and I serve as the Upland Game Bird Program Leader for the Wildlife Division. Today, I will be presenting a briefing on quail populations in Texas and conservation efforts undertaken by the agency. As this group is likely aware, Texas is home to 4 of the 6 quail species native to North America. Our most abundant and recognizable species are the northern bobwhite and scale quail, both of which occur throughout large portions of the state. Along with Montezuma quail and Gambel's quail in the west, the presence of these 4 species speaks to the ecological diversity we enjoy within Texas. Of the 4, all are classified as game birds, but we currently have no open hunting season for Montezuma quail. Given their charismatic and conspicuous behavior and recognizable calls, these quail are, of course, a favorite amongst birders and wildlife watchers as well. Mindful of our time today, I will focus this discussion on northern bobwhite and scale quail up front and slowly expand throughout. For northern bobwhites, Texas remains their largest national population stronghold. The displayed abundance map with darker purple representing higher quail densities shows that our state's grasslands and savannas continue to support robust numbers of bobwhites. Known for their potential to erupt in great numbers over the course of a few short years and disappear just as quickly, bobwhites are often referred to as a boom and bust species. Most recently in 2016, we experienced this unique phenomenon firsthand when quail surged to numbers not seen since the late 1980s. These annual fluctuations are primarily driven by multi-year weather patterns, whereas long-term population trends are most likely driven by changes in the quantity and quality of habitat. The bobwhite's range has been contracting in the United States for over 100 years, moving east to west, with central Texas now in the spotlight. While birds have mostly disappeared from our eastern piney woods, with recent exceptions, bobwhite remain widespread and abundant in many regions of the state. Within Texas, TPWD runs annual surveys to track population trends with 166 routes as of 2023. In this graph, you can see each of our bobwhite ecoregions on the horizontal axis and the number of birds per route on the vertical axis. Each colored bar represents the average number of bobwhites observed by decade dating back to 1978. So you're viewing roughly 4 decades or bars of quail survey data per region, generally speaking, the 80s, 90s, aughts, and the last decade. For this group's reference, an average of greater than 25 birds per route would be considered a boom year by Texas standards, with birds showing up in almost every farm field, and less than 3 birds per route reflective of a quote-unquote bust year or those leaner times, most obvious during drought. As you can see, Central Texas and the associated Cross Timbers ecoregion have experienced the steepest decline and truly do represent that eastern edge of changing abundance, averaging less than 2 birds per route over the last 10 years. And while the rolling plains and South Texas plains remain strongholds with good numbers of birds, averaging around 10 birds per route over the last decade, they have not been immune from external stressors. Our other ecoregions in the middle show varying levels of decline, stability, and even some modest increases. We will talk about the why and stressors here today. For scaled quail, or blue quail, Texas represents the core of their range in the United States and Mexico. The displayed abundance map, again with darker purple representing higher quail densities, shows West Texas as a central anchor for the species. Notably, we have 2 distinct subspecies in the state. The Arizona scaled quail, an open grassland species found out west, and the chestnut-bellied scaled quail, a thorn scrub, shrub-dependent species found only in South Texas. Like bobwhite, these quail are known as a boom and bust species, but are more resilient to short-term weather patterns, and the magnitude of those cycles is often not as extreme. These birds are well adapted to arid climates and are particularly known for their propensity to run instead of fly, and for traveling in large groups, as many as 50 birds. Scale quail populations are also monitored with our network of 166 quail survey routes. Again, ecoregions on the horizontal axis, birds per route on the vertical axis, summarized by decade. There are some unique patterns in these data worth noting. First, scale quail populations unexpectedly crashed in the late 1980s with no viable explanation then or even today. And while populations in South Texas and the Trans-Pecos recovered over time, birds in the rolling plains were never able to regain their footing, a change which can clearly be seen in this graph, with quail now hovering around a bird per route. In South Texas, home to the chestnut-bellied scale quail, birds held their own through 2010, but have struggled over the last 15 years, primarily resulting from the loss of their preferred habitat known as the Tamaulipan thorn scrub. Fortunately for us, scaled quail in the Trans-Pecos continue to carry the load for the rest of the state, and while down from their historic numbers, they appear to have stabilized over the last 2 decades at nearly 20 birds per route. Stepping back, it is of note that quail in Texas are not declining in a vacuum, but are in fact part of a larger trend we are seeing nationwide. It is estimated that since 1970, we have lost approximately 53% of grassland birds in North America, a group which includes all of our quail species. This suggests that there are universal stressors putting downward pressure on populations here at home and across the nation. We can generalize these stressors into broad categories under what we would usually term as habitat loss and fragmentation, which includes tree cover expansion, think mesquite and juniper, improper grazing management, invasive and exotic grasses, urban and rural development, and of course the challenges we face as a state prone to drought and unpredictable weather patterns. Notably, these ecological stressors are not only impacting bird populations, but also our rural and state economy. The average annual agricultural production losses to tree cover expansion alone, as estimated in this graphic and quantified as millions of tons of forage, bales of hay, dollars of revenue, and unsupported cattle, show the very real, very pressing challenges we face as an agency and as a state. You can see from the associated map, with more heavily impacted areas in red, that Texas is bearing the brunt of these costs. Statewide, less than 20% of our historic grasslands remain, the same lands on which we rely for our food, fiber, water, wildlife, and recreation, amongst others. For upland birds, we can see the intersection between the ecological and economic impacts with an examination of quail hunters and harvests in Texas dating back to the 1980s. In this graph, you can see that quail hunters in orange and quail harvest in blue have tracked one another closely for the better part of 50 years, with both exhibiting a downward trend through present day. At our most recent height in 1987, we estimated that nearly 257,000 hunters went afield, harvesting roughly 8 million birds. Fast forward to 2016, a banner year by all accounts, we documented those numbers dropped to 91,000 hunters with just under 2 million birds taken. In part, this is reflective of quail populations themselves, but it is also part of a growing trend nationally with small game hunters, with whom we would generally lump quail hunters, declining by greater than 50% since 1990. This erosion in our hunter base and revenue is complex, but is related to changing demographics, an urban migration, limits on access and opportunity, and perhaps above all, a shift in the value sets of our next generation and competing interests. Each year, TPWD continues to seek out programs and opportunities to promote quail hunting in Texas and beyond. While we have much to contend with here, we continue to see these issues as challenges to be met and for the agency to lead and play a critical role in quail restoration. To that end, we have taken a deliberate approach to our conservation efforts with pillars including management, the development of partnerships, and research. Management being the on-the-ground effort, the everyday of working one-on-one with private landowners. Relevant partnerships, more specifically the development of effective voluntary conservation programs. and research supporting that foundation of knowledge for wildlife and land managers. Collectively, our goals are to conserve quail populations, improve recreational opportunities, improve the health and resiliency of our ecosystems, improve the sustainability and profitability for working lands. I'll find it. And to promote long-term land stewardship. Forgive me. When it comes to on-the-ground management, TPWD is focused on technical guidance, or rather, our ability to make effective management recommendations to private landowners. In support of this charge, we have a host of habitat programs in Texas with a direct nexus to quail. One of the most prominent and successful being the Grassland Restoration Incentive Program, or GRIP, which now has 5 iterations across the state. These programs are entirely voluntary and offer direct financial incentives to landowners to improve wildlife habitat. Our primary focus is on helping Texans take that first step or leveraging the good work that is already taking place. Whether dealing with mesquite in the Panhandle, creosote in the Trans-Pecos, or Wasatch along the Gulf Coast, or whether you need to burn a pasture west of Dallas or spray exotic grass in South Texas, there's a GRIP program suited to your needs and those of quail. When combined with our other partner initiatives, these collaborative TPWD-backed programs have conservatively dedicated more than $10 million to upland conservation since 2013 and impacted greater than 100,000 acres of habitat. Alongside our own wildlife staff, numbering well over 100 biologists, TPWD has and continues to co-sponsor external partner positions in support of these programs. These positions allow TPWD to extend its geographic footprint with 9 such biologists and regional fire personnel paving the way. Notably, many of these programs and positions are anchored to bird-centric joint ventures, diverse interstate public-private partnerships established by Congress during the late 1980s, which helped to guide regional collaboration. In Texas, the names of these joint ventures and their geographic scope are one and the same, with the black lines you see here delineating the boundary of each. This map is merely an overview, but the colored counties generally highlight habitat and program focal areas for which quail and other birds are the benefactors. When it comes to research investments, since 2018, TPWD and our partners have funded approximately $3.5 million for quail research in Texas. These projects have spanned the state and included almost all of our native species. We have examined the impact of tree cover expansion on scaled quail in the Panhandle. We have assessed the effectiveness of grassland restoration efforts for northern bobwhites on our wildlife management areas in the rolling plains. We have invested in the chestnut-bellied scaled quail decline in South Texas and taken a significant step toward learning more about Montezuma quail genetics in the Edwards Plateau, for which we believe there is serious conservation concern. Each of these projects has been championed by the agency with the backing of our university and upland partners, supporting 5 graduate students in Texas here alone. Just last month, one of these students presented to a group of over 50 agricultural and wildlife managers down in LaSalle County, a type of engagement activity which is critical to translating this quail research into practice. As we scale up from Texas in these regional partnerships, we see that quail and upland game birds have taken a central role in the national grassland conservation dialogue. In 2022, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced a national framework for conservation action centered around the northern bobwhite under their Working Lands for Wildlife umbrella. A year later, they announced a commitment of over $500 million to these programs in the Farm Bill. And again this year, they announced a national pilot initiative to advance private lands conservation for northern bobwhite. Given our size and the needs of our landowners, highlighted by the sheer scope of lost and impacted grasslands, Texans and quail stand to benefit substantially. And we know that these investments pay dividends with Texas A&M's Natural Resources Institute estimating that for every dollar invested in land and wildlife conservation, we can expect a 20-year return in economic value of nearly $12 in goods and services. Again, think food, fiber, water, wildlife, and recreation. For TPWD, we view grassland and quail conservation as synonymous. There's, of course, nuance as we tailor our focus to any species-specific management recommendations, but we believe the largest economic and ecological return on investment for quail will come from an approach that aligns our strategy with one that restores and preserves large, contiguous, well-managed native grasslands, an approach that we strongly believe supports and moves us towards achieving our stated quail conservation goals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Commissioners. Take any questions if you have them.
Thanks, Mr. McLaughlin.
Yes,
Any
sir.
questions?
Patton, what do we do with tall timbers?
Yeah, so tall timbers.
And if you could maybe talk about what tall timbers is.
Yeah, absolutely. Tall Timbers is an NGO based in the Southeast United States as a specific focus on quail management. They have leveraged a lot of large private land holdings in the Southeast, generally referred to as plantations in the Southeast, to create these large core areas for quail conservation, thinking 100, 200,000 acres. And they have developed a management regime within those plantations to really grow quail populations in an area that, even though it's 200,000 acres, is generally surrounded by an island. And they've been very successful with that approach, a very strategic management approach with habitat as the foundation and including other practices on top of that. They do have quail focal regions across the country outside the Southeast United States, the most recent being in East Texas. So, Mr. Commissioner, we do have a new effort, a new quail focal region for tall timbers in East Texas. The department did cost share one of the biologist positions that we talked about. We did cost share one of the biologist positions in Texas to help them establish their footing and really try and resurrect that quail culture in East Texas. As I said, that quail population has declined for a variety of reasons related to land use change and habitat changes. Tall Timbers is trying to re-inject some vigor into that region, re-inject some best management practices. We already have a lot of good wild turkey work over in that, so we feel like there's a lot of overlap. So they are a new partner in Texas, not new in the country, and we're very excited to work with them.
I didn't see a chart on the gambles. Do you have that information on gambles as well?
Yeah, so we do not do any monitoring for Gambel's quail. I did not show a range map, but we are at the very eastern fringe of their range, and they generally occur right along the Rio Grande River. They usually occur on private property, a little bit on state lands, but they are able to be hunted, but we have no established protocol for monitoring that population. We generally believe that across the southeastern United States, they are stable. We don't have any real concerns about our population, but yeah, we've never established a methodology to do that.
And John, as a landowner, what's the process for accessing the GRIP program, and how many different ranches are we working with?
Ranches are we working with? Yeah.
How many properties are we using the GRIP program?
So I would start off by saying, Mr. Commissioner, I don't have that number, but we could easily attain that. We keep track of those in our various programs. As I said, there are 5 GRIP iterations across the state. So for landowners interested in that, obviously we need to make them aware of that. So we do that through social media, through our partners, try and advertise those. There are some central forums that we do that with. If a landowner is interested, they could come to any conservation resource professional in the state. Obviously, Texas Parks and Wildlife is a forward-facing entity. We also have other partners who I won't call out by name, but who are very invested. So I would say if a landowner is interested, they could call their local Texas Parks and Wildlife biologist. As you guys are aware, we have one for every county in the state, and we could direct that person. Also, all of these GRIP programs have usually a pamphlet online, a website online that folks can go to. They can find the focal counties that they're interested in, because we do not make every county available to landowners. We're really trying to concentrate our effort on core areas to try and grow population centers. So a landowner could reach out to any Texas Parks and Wildlife biologist, get that information, and we could guide them to the right program that they were interested in.
Okay. With that, thank you very much. Great report.
I appreciate it.
At this time, I'd like to announce that pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act, an executive session will be held at this time for the purpose of deliberation of real estate matters under Section 551.072 of the Open Meetings Act and seeking legal advice under Section 551.071 of the Open Meetings Act, including advice regarding pending or contemplated litigation. We'll now recess for the executive session at 11:40 a.m. All right, we'll now reconvene the work session on May 22nd, 2024 at 1:15 p.m. Before we begin, I'll take roll call. Chairman Hildebrand, present. Vice Chair Bell.
Present.
Mr. Abel.
Present.
Mr. Doggett.
Present.
Mr. Foster.
Present.
Mr. Patton. Mr. Rowling. Commissioner Scott. We're now returning from the executive session where we discussed the work session real estate item numbers 12 through 17 and litigation item number 18. If there are no further questions, I will place items numbers 12 through 16 on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Regarding item number 17, I will authorize staff to begin the public notice and input process. Regarding item number 18, litigation update, no further action is needed at this time. Dr. Yaskowitz, this commission has completed its work session business, and I declare us adjourned at 1:16 p.m. Thank you, gentlemen.